each thermal plant consumes zero point 0.3 hydrogen a second to produce its 2 point whatever megawatts. Let's see. Now going into well, that's vessels bring in silicon. That's why. That's what that is. Nice. Well done. I feel like they're not bringing much in though. Whatever. Okay. So, yes, we need iron ore and iron ingots. We don't need iron ingots being put onto the network. We have iron ingots being put onto the network. So, we need iron ore being put onto the network and oil production going. Oil production is not going to be a problem. The production part, at least. Because we have all of these right here. Which is right around 14 to 15 oil per second. That's not bad. Alright. So what kind of production do we need to match here? We have 20 red. Which makes 200 a minute. So in order to do 200 a minute of yellow, we need 27 matrices and like 27 oil. Fun. Fun with emphasis on the FU. Yeah. I still like this. I'm glad I was able to get that going. So while we get the iron onto the network, let me get some of these going. Of course, I came over here to do that because I need that. More of those than we need. Way too many of these. Oh, hello. And what was the other thing? Copper. the other last thing. Steel. There we go. And if I snag some titanium, and get another one made. No, I can't. Limiter there being copper. Alrighty. I'm also not entirely sure what there. That I can do more, but I am not going to. What else? What else? What else? How many miners? Not enough. Miners, smelters, assemblers, belts, towers, sorters. Oh my. And here, oil extractors. Oh wow. You know what I just realized I could do? I could save myself a lot of problems by this. I'm like, where am I gonna find iron? Oh no! Oh no, Davey! Don't ask where that came from. I kind of feel like that meme with the dude putting on the clown makeup at each step, and it's like, oh yeah, I'll just do this quick temporary setup until everything is ready to go. That can just go directly onto here. So, we're actually going to set this to local supply and remote supply. because every 3 of these that get put down is another megawatt. Yeah, there you go. And here, I'm gonna do something. There. Because the belts are like this, what's coming in from the miner will have priority. That means that it'll only pull from what's in the station to fill in the gaps. Oh, good. That's a nice steady stream right there. Unfortunately, all of the electromagnetic coils are being used up. Did I get the ratios wrong? I might have gotten the ratios wrong. I think I got the ratios wrong. No. No, 10 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Well, it's overproducing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's the right number there. Seriously? Whatever. I did forget to trim that. Alright. Are these getting enough? Yeah. It's getting exactly the right amount. Alright. Whatever. Whatever. We'll fix it in post. Alright. So, we now have iron ore on the network and electromagnetic turbines on the network. Very slowly, but still. So we will need to eventually produce graphene in some good numbers because it's needed for Mark III conveyor belts, but that'll be after we get orbital collectors going, and because we're currently around a fire ice giant. And we get fire ice from that. Fire ice gets turned into graphene and hydrogen. Next is you, and you, and you. Do you have any open ports? Is an interesting question. The answer is no. Well, I could, because that's actually an extra one. That is actually an extra machine, and we could split off the warpers from here to here and just bring this oil all the way over here. But I don't want to overload the I do not want to overload the belt of that. Coal, stone, okay. else can we do here? Because I don't want to just put a station there and have it be for naught. For nothing good, you know? Or nothing useful. You know, I'll go here next and put, coal and crude oil. Coal, crude oil, and iron. Yeah, coal, crude oil, iron, crude oil here, and stone. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's fine. We can have 4 resources over there. Here? So, you know what? Let's make it look at least. Let's at least try to make it look nice. There. Have to be all the way over there. Yes, there we go. Alright. Yep, definitely need 250 megawatts. That's what I'm targeting right now. Oh, no, no, no thank you. Go away. Alright. And we're fine. We're fine. Alright. Yep, see? Power load 445%. Hooray! That's great. That's just perfect. That's fantastic. Yeah, we definitely need more passive power generation. Unfortunately, the only real passive power generation available to us are solar panels, which are unreliable throughout the day, throughout the 24-hour cycle, without doing a belt, and I don't want to do a belt because that cuts through the entire factory I have going. Let's go right around here. Through the heart of everything. Not good. And wind turbines, which aren't cutting it. They're just not cutting it. So, we're gonna need to I don't know if you guys can hear it, but I do have a peanut gallery going on here, and talking about breaking wind instead of cutting wind, or the wind cutting it, whatever. Things I put up with. Yes, yes, the things my wife inflicts upon me. Alright. Let's also get some more logs and plant fuel going here to get more organic crystal, to get more research going until oil can get set up. No, 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 no. I do not want to burn those. Alright. Can burn those. That's fine. So, Dyson Sphere has quite the active modding community, and I mean, obviously, I'm in tune with that because I've got 21 mods currently running. And one of the mods that I've suggested is a harvesting station that basically you plop it down, you put it with a wind turbine next to it to power it, and it just sends out construction drones like Icarus has here. Because you'd really think that the same mindset that creates Icarus with its construction drones would be using those drones in a lot of other places. Especially like with mining. That's another place I would really like to see an interesting application of the construction drones. Just put it near, put it near a vein patch, and just let it go. Yeah, plant fuel, not very quick. Alright. Mm, there. I can make use of that myself. So where is making processors? Here. It's making a lot of them. Great. That's great. No, that actually is pretty damn good. So, come on. Okay. You know what? That's not good. That's not what I meant. There we go. That's what I meant. Let's put these things back. I'm holding on to those. That's for sure. And I'm holding on to those because I don't have anywhere that makes them. Don't need them that badly. Alright. Yeah. So with the modding community, there's a lot of support. I mean, every time that the developers put out a patch or an update or a hotfix, the modders are very, very quick to respond to any errors, any broken parts, any times that their mods are rendered unusable for whatever reason. Oh, I'm just not. It's not. It's just fast enough. All right. Because see, that's the difference between a minus 30% fuel chamber generation and a plus 50. No, I'm not going to get any logs over here, but I should have brought one of those and just kind of left a trail for myself. I think I'll do that next time I make a trip. So yes, the research is going a little slowly, but it's going. So yes, core power generation, 80 kilowatts. That's the baseline of whatever, of what you're creating, what you're generating, what you're charging up with. What's that? Ah. So yeah, I'm gonna hit these, and then basically I'll have the lower half of the planet cleared away. I can't do this for much longer in order to research, because we are hitting the end of what is available on this planet. See, without the mod to get the drones to do it, this is what you'd have to do in order to clear away all of this, which is by no means required. You do not need to get all the plants or all the trees cleared away here. They automatically get deleted, just removed from existence when you place a building down or place foundation down. On inventory. There we go. Thank you. Haha. Alright, that's enough of that. There. A lot of sideways, a lot of looking at the monitor sideways here. Get out. Thank you. Get out of my inventory. Yeah. Okay. Alright. Now, what was next on our list? Give me five. There, so I can keep going. I don't have any plastic production, do I? Alright, well, interesting. By interesting, I mean, what the hell am I thinking? So, well, that's what I need. Yep. Alright. So, I am skipping the part in my previous run where I had set up oil extractors and had a massive oil processing thing going on. Don't need those. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. You. Yes, I know, I'm just picking up what I was putting down earlier. I don't care. Why do you... Oh. There. Let's have you doing that. You ferrying that around. So, you should be... Why are you not... I'm giving side-eye to this. Why are you not bringing it in? Damn it. Alright. Deal with that later. Let me put... Okay, I know I picked up the oil extractors. Here we go. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now these take, if I can find it, here we go. 840 kilowatts, which are 3 wind turbines. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Over here, I do not have any foundation. Quick run. The one thing I forgot to grab. Bounce off lower orbit and overshoot. That's just how it happens. There we go. Zip along at low Earth orbit, and we're good. Here, keep the vanes, and we're good. 1, 2. Now, unlike most machines, there is no mining machine Mark II. That's a popular request for mods, and there are 1 or 2 mods that will do that, including where you just have a new logistics station that just mines everything on the planet, which I think is a bit of a cheat, because it doesn't cost very much, and that's just not right. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. Oh, and iron. Excellent. Good. Now, you may ask, why did I make such a fuss about smelting in place earlier in the series? And here, I'm just throwing raw ore onto the network. Because now, one of the things we're going to be making is a smelting outpost. If I can get this to cooperate. Whatever, it's 6, we're good. That's fine. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And there. So, as you know, conveyor belts give 6 items per second. And yes, we'll be putting a station right there. So, 2.9 plus 2.7. That's 1 belt. There you go. And there you go. And with vein utilization, these will max out the belts until I get Mark II belts going here, because 2.3 plus 3.2 is 5.5 plus 20% is 6.6, which means that 0.6 per second will not be pulled in at all in any way, shape, or form. Well, that's the other one. And actually, these I might have going over here to the one collecting copper. Ah! Always with the overshooting. Yeah, so that one I'll put to a station over there. Here. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, there we go. And welcome to the party. that sound was the sound of me correcting a massive failure on my own part. I apparently had left some hotkeys active to start and stop the streaming, which were on the number pad, and then I was doing a whole bunch of math. Hooray! Good going, me. Right? Right. This whole thing would be so much easier if, say it with me, class, I wasn't a blithering idiot. Yeah. So setting up mining outposts like this just becomes second nature, more or less. Go away. Research speak too slow. My butt. I can get more going on there. And stone, honestly, is one of the things that, you just don't use that much of. However, it's just good practice. Have as much as you can on the network. Boom, there we go. Jeez. That one not hooked up, that is not hooked up. There we go. So, now we have iron, stone, and crude oil onto the network. Oh no. Okay. We're good. We're good. I'm safe. Safe! Alright. Do that. Let it charge up a bit while I think this out. So, doesn't hurt to also have copper going onto the onto the network, because we'll make one outpost of iron, one outpost of copper, after dealing with oil, plastic, and organic crystals, of course. So those are dealt with. You know what? I will deal with... I'll put all that production over here, all that smelting right here, later on. Since I'll be doing it right here and covering up this stone here, I'll be tapping these at that time. That's there, alright. 6.5, 8, and 8.8. There we go. What that one's here. 8.8, 11.8, 14.5, 17. Not ideal. Okay. See, this is why you can't always rely. Right here. That's why you cannot always rely on hydrogen from oil to do power production. But now that we have some oil on the planet, let's first of all get me over to a charging unit. Oh, plus this one. I forgot about that one. And that's where the rest of the 50 per second is. So while I'm charging up, next thing we're going to do is an outpost for oil processing. That means oil into refined. Now, yeah, oil into refined, refined into plastic, plastic into organic crystals. And over here, over here, no. There needs to be a better way of that. Because I want to get organic crystals to right here, onto this belt here. Unless I just want to make call in titanium to over there as well, and just straight up make the titanium crystals right there. That's not a bad plan. Titanium and diamonds. It means that when I put in this over here, I'll have the diamonds coming in to there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not good. You don't want 5 resources going because you don't want to have to deal with warpers. So, yeah. Again, stone gets the short end because nothing really uses stone unless you're forcing it into silicon, but that's not a big deal thing right here. We're not doing that like frequently. We're doing it over here just because we have one, so that we have one setup going. I should have that coming over here. Alright. So yeah. Stone gets the short end. And here's why. Because it's only ever used to make stone brick and glass. And those are necessary for a whole host of buildings, but not science. That they are not part of the main. They're not massively, that is, part of the main supply chain for science. Yeah, like so. One of the end game products, the white science. One of those takes, in the overall chain, if you don't use if you're using all the rares like we will be when we're planning that out. Where'd it go? Oh, come on. Whatever. It costs like 10 stone compared to 18 titanium, 16 copper, 28 silicon, and 29 iron. There we go. So, utilizing all of the rares. One white matrix, one universe matrix needs 10 titanium, 4 stone, 12 copper, 24 silicon, and 9 iron. Interesting. That is interesting. You need more. Oh, it's still 4. You need more titanium than you need iron if you're using all of the rare resources. Well. And that's fine. But yeah. Stone gets the short end of these basic resources. That's the long and short of it. I did not need to go into that much detail. So, where shall we put our oil production? Oil processing. Now, why don't we see if we can put it... continuing this line of stations right here. Really? Not enough drones. Okay. Oop. There. And enough for 4 more stations. Enough drones and vessels for it. Okay. That's annoying. Anyway, moving on. This will be bringing in oil. We also said that we wanted to bring in titanium and diamonds. Because here we'll be exporting, and we'll be putting it on the, we'll be putting things on the logistics network as they happen. So what do we need? We need these guys. And now, if we're going to massively overbuild this, we're going to need 60 of these. I said 60, thank you. One more. Oh, and graphite. Because plastic is refined oil and graphite. So that will be the interesting parts. Because I don't want to have to deal with X-ray cracking, which is this process right here. That's where you take refined oil and hydrogen and turn it into hydrogen and graphite. And do not need it. Not if we're... I need to get graphite onto the network, yes, but that's a lot easier than factoring in X-ray cracking. I really don't like X-ray cracking. It's because it involves like feeding the excess hydrogen back into it, and you still have excess at the end of the day, and it's just not fun. Oh really? I'm sorry, I'm just looking at some of my math, and it works out interestingly. Where one blue belt, which we haven't even gotten yet, but we'll get to there. We'll get there. One blue belt of crude oil uses 60 oil refineries to make one blue belt of refined oil and half a blue belt of hydrogen, which goes into the plastic which goes into the organic crystal. And we are going to need some water pumps. There we go. See, by having no shame at all when it comes to being okay with this part looking nice, you can do a lot. You can be very flexible. I'll start with 5. This says we'll need 8, but we'll see. So. And that, nice. Since we have available slots, we'll put hydrogen back into here. And why not? Refined oil. Like that. Like so. Because if it's worth building to excess. So there's 15. Now, since I'm just putting it back in here, power. Guess I should make it so that I can actually power these, huh? Yeah? Alright. Now, the question is it every 2 or every 3? It's every 3. Okay. So 3, 6. Huh. 21. 33. If I'm doing it folded over, I want 33. I want 30. Ah, but that doesn't work, does it? Of course not. That'll make it easy. So yeah, 30. But actually take it past the stone veins. Alright. Let's try this. See, this is design right here. It's iterative, it's ugly, it's annoying, it's frustrating. Every 3, every 2, every 1. Everybody. Yeah. Alright. I'm not gonna inflict that on you. There's 30. There, so I don't have to deal with those. Seems a lot shorter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay. Because we only need 30 on each side. Oh, right. There we go. Oh no. Okay. These sorters are done wrong, aren't they? Yeah. Of course. Ah. I thought it was getting a little easy. Alright. There we go. Wait, what? I grabbed 60. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45. Well, fine. There you go. Falls out of the sky. Is it a bird? It's a bird. It's a plane. It's a completely unpowered robot. Oh god, run! Run! Yeah, apparently you can get, like, if you place it right, you can get covered by, like, 12 of these. Come on. Alright. Thank you, boys. I'll take it from here. One, two, three. Boom. 1, 2, 3. Boom. 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 Yeah, the same sound as a limping elephant. Boom. 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 Ow. Boom. 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 Ow. Boom. 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 Ow. Alright. Now, interestingly enough, this can be demanding hydrogen, which will be produced, which is the secondary product here. Secondary just meaning it, got a primary of fire ice and secondary of hydrogen. Other planetary giants, gas giants, will have a primary of hydrogen and a secondary of deuterium, which is a whole nother pain in the ass on its own, all by its lonesome. So, what are those developed? Oh, yes. Yep. Good. Good. Great. Grand. So, that will be using up 1/5 of what we just went through all that trouble of setting up until we get Mark II belts, in which case it will be using half of it, or sorry, 2/5 of it. And then, once we get Mark III belts, it will be using all of it. So, and it'll be producing hydrogen. So, next, we want it demanding graphite. That's going to be a local demand. Why? Because in order to produce plastic, we need 1 graphite, whoopsies, and 2 refined oil. Yeah, so that was just going to travel all the way down, producing it until it got stuff like that, until this, yeah. Oy. What am I doing? What am I doing with my life? Alright, don't answer that. So, next, the Avelned. 32 of these. 32 chemical facilities making plastic. And then, also have it, have 32 right across the hall from it, making organic crystal. Now, plastic is only ever used in organic crystal and another thing that we have not researched yet. Here, broadbands. Because if it was only ever into organic crystals, there's actually organic crystal veins that that you harvest just like iron ore or copper ore. They're organic crystal veins. It's lovely, amazing when you can get it. However, if plastic was only ever used in organic crystal, we would be able to take oil out of the entire equation whatsoever, getting science matrices, unless plastic was used elsewhere, which it is here for particle broadbands, because they just really wanted to make sure that we were tied to oil. I'm sure there are it would be interesting if there was a devolution um, or a deconstruction that was able to break apart organic crystal into plastic and type, yeah, plastic and oil. Why? Because then you could burn the refined oil, pull the organic crystal out of the ground, and not have to pull oil at all. I know it sounds weird, but that would be nice. But yeah, particle broadband is required for purple science, which are information matrices, and plastic is needed for particle broadband, and oil is needed for plastic. So we are stuck with oil. So yeah, I said we needed 72. Yep. 20, 40, 42, 60, 55, and we'll come back. That's making 9 a minute. And I'm not waiting around 2 or 3 minutes, just staring at that thing churn away. Nope, nope, nope. So. Oh no. And we're out of belts. I swear, this game, man. I mean, we have the technology to make it. We're just not making enough turbines right now to make it worthwhile. We're definitely not making enough superconductors, supermagnetic rings, because we're not making any of those. So, back up. There we go. That's the simplest way. And honestly, simpler is just sometimes better. Keep it simple, stupid. Because there are too many... too many simpletons in the world. So. Artificial coastline. Get it nice and even. Ha! There we go. How much does it produce? Gathering speed, 60 per minute, 1 per second. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6. There. And there we go. Okay, so. There we go. Let's get 10 down for now. And once we do get particle broadbands, we are going to be making a, an outpost just for making plastic. But right now, we're just looking to get the yellow researches in. So, that's 10. Oof, alright. Right. So yeah, that's 10. 36, 36 would be about to where I am, and then again. here's half of our overall build that I wanted to do. Yes, that's half. Alright. So, remember what I said about not relying on oil production for hydrogen for power production. Yeah, well. Guess what happens? Guess what happens whenever I say not to do something? I'm gonna end up doing it. So, and remember how we said that each thermal plant consumes 0.3 hydrogen a second. Well, these belts are giving 6 per second. So, we can have 20 thermal plants coming off of each of these belts. And that means here. And again, there aren't enough waiting in the storage. God dang it. Alright. Oops. That's wrong. That was just entirely wrong. So, 4 more. Wait a minute. There are 3 are over there. There we go. Now let's see if we have enough space. Space! Nope. Oh, of course not. That would make it too easy. So here we have 16. And by the way, 20 from each is 60. 60 times 2.16 megawatts is over 42 megawatts. Which, not fantastic, not horrible. And yes, apparently you can bury and build over a vein like this right here, and it'll still harvest from it. How? Don't friggin' know. Of course that doesn't work. Of course, that'd be too easy if it worked. So, guess what? You'll be decommissioned. guess this is how that works. There. Wait a minute. That's not okay. Okay. Each one of these needs to cover one. One at this side and one at this side. Because apparently this is how this works. Don't ask. I don't get it. So. That's good. Each of these three are getting equal, or pulling equally. And each of these you're pulling from this one, you're pulling from this one, you're pulling from this one. Alrighty. I think I've got that working right. Three, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 pairs. Excellent. Right, this needs graphite. How are we with power? Ooh, that's a good number. That's a good number. Because of course, my math was entirely wrong. It is 20 times 2.16 per row. Because there's 3 rows, therefore 60, which is 120 megawatts. Alright, and yes, I know, I built north to south. Bite me. So, get a little more space for that. And what's next? Next, we would use 16 assemblers for these with titanium. I don't want that. I want this. Ha, nice. Okay. So, we have plastic. No, no we don't. Really, we should have all these dropped down by one, and the excess plastic going into this station. Nope, 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 no thank you. Alright. Okay, so that's what we'll do. Jesus. This is what I get for not planning ahead. And diamonds. There. Because titanium crystal is only ever used for... wrong. Only ever used for structure matrices. Now let me double check the wiki before I commit to that. Correct. Correct? You know, I say things with such confidence that are complete bullshit. Titanium crystals are used in two things. Structure matrices and something we haven't researched yet. Right here, Casimir crystals. Even though the reason that I had not considered them to need titanium crystals is because I am used to using this rare resource to make it, as you can see right there, called organic grading crystals. So that is why I did not consider them as needing that. However, which are we going to need first? Well, blow me down. Alright. Why do that? Because water is needed to be on the logistics network somewhere, and it might as well be here. So, what can I have like this? Alright. So since we're doing things that need to be on it somewhere at some point and aren't a huge thing, because I'm just going to put in another station elsewhere near the end of it. There. Because why not? Why not give each one a their own dedicated line? Clear. Stone. Alright. Oh, almost. Okay. Because there is a building range, which is good because you don't want your drones to go over hither and yon. You and you. You and you. So, if we want... So in this setup, we will be using check that the reversal went well. That's like the one thing that those like the two things that can't be used for that. Alright, so yeah, we're good. Clear. Clear could be that instead. So you are gonna be that. Trust me on this. So okay. It was possible that they had put that in that you could daisy chain things like that, but no. There we go. Whatever we can do to not need another trip for now. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Seriously? 12, 13, 14. Yes. Well then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Perfect. Okay. So, my question is, why did I do that? Put organic crystal. Because organic crystal is only used, ever, only used in titanium crystal. And I actually checked this time before I said it. So, we unexpectedly have a free slot. Now what can we do with that? I was going to put the diamond on the on another station down here. Well, the answer is most likely warpers. Except I don't have the tech for that. I don't want to be holding on to... I don't want to grab 10,000 titanium. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I didn't need that. Alright. Oh, that... Dang it! That's the other thing I needed. Since we're making yellow matrices here, that means we are gonna need... Doot-doot-doot. Labs. Lots of labs. Alright. So we can do 7 so far. See, that's the problem. It's full up of refined oil. I normally, I just delete it when it gets like that. But now that oil slicks are or oil whatever the hells are uh, will depreciate. Dang it. There. And this will be a very small, but one of the first Walls O research that you'll see on here. Definitely will not be the last. And definitely will come about more. There we go. Alright. Whatever. So, yes, because there's so much excess secondary products happening in oil production, there's really, really just very little in the way of reliable, like, I really don't like it. I really don't like it, if you couldn't notice. Now, oh no. Where's it all being used? Yes, gimme. Gimme. Grumble, 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 grumble. And finally... Well, that wasn't the reason. There we go. Right. Manually doing things the wrong way. Really? Alright, that should be fine. That should probably carry us in. We should make sure that that carries us into automating these stations. So that should be the next thing. We need to get science going, but then we should get science going, and then we should get automating the stations going. Yes, we do what we must because we can, for the good of all of us. Yes, indeed. And in this game, there's no one who's dead. Not even the humans. Somehow. Somehow the humans have made it. This is actually a post-apocalyptic-ish setting, in that we've already gone past whatever apocalypse would be happening. And okay. So since we are depreciating this science production soon, I'm willing to deprioritize uh, the diamond production here. And yes, we can get rid of water just outright, because that is indeed entirely actually infinite. Well, can't pull it out. Alright, that's fine. Now, what's this? Graphite. Excellent. Now, so, excess graphite will be brought over here. Do I need coal? What's coal used for, anyway? it really just itself and diamonds? No. Yeah, actually, straight coal is only ever used for graphite. So that does not need to be on the... Does it? Oh, Lord. I mean, yeah, I guess I would be doing some smelting for that. So I guess coal can be on it. Let's see. Graphite 1, diamond 2, crude oil, and iron. Graphite, coal, diamond, crude. Is that... No, I only want 4. Go away. I know the research speed is slow. That's fine. Go away. Okay. Fine, I'll do 2 of them. At this rate, I'm not gonna need to mine stone anywhere else. Period, exclamation point. Here. Yeah, taking crude oil and iron into this. So, yes. Yes, this is incredibly silly. But this is the kind of thing that happens when you are... when you take things off of... when you take things off of manual and put it onto the logistics network. I do need to, you know, live up to the name of the stream, right? A study in spaghetti. I like that name. The more I say it, the more it's growing on me. Okay, so I'm gonna use splitters to maximize what this is putting out. You priors out there. Alright, because 7, 16, 24, 24, 34, 44, 53. That will have 4 and change belts coming, belts worth of ore, even before any vein utilization is included. So, okay. And there we go. Prioritize that way, that way, that way, that way. 1d4 plus. Alright. There we go. Alrighty. Thankfully, it doesn't really need to be charged in order to just pass things through. Not that that's being demanded right now anyway. Alright. And yeah, the difference here, why I'm not going nuts on the coal like I did with the iron ore. You need every single iron ore you can get, really. Coal, not so much. Especially not here in the situation where I'm not. There we go. Alright.
Epic party, guys. Mike, and I just got home. I might be up for a little bit still.
Anyway, good to have you. And you know, based on my based on past fallacies when I've got my foot when I've had foot and mouth disorder from oh I'm not gonna need X like ever. I'm kind of foreseeing that yeah I'm gonna be needing stone. That's connected to the global power network. Interesting. I knew that would happen at some point. All right. So now let's do the thing that we actually came over here to do. And that is no, screw stone. I'll need it. Go away. So, graphite, diamonds, crude oil, and sure, why not? Why not coal? Balancing that is about blah. What? I should have all the drones I need. But that's not happening. Alright, that's fine. Alright. Oh no. How am I gonna get this one out? So, you and you for now. We'll get to the rest in a minute. The question is, do I want this hydrogen on the network? And the answer to that is no. Because there's going to be way too much hydrogen as it is already. I don't need more. And yes, I'm burning straight crude oil to power my robot. You know, like every good American should. You can hear the... Yeah, what kind of mileage do I get? 20 eagles per freedom. No. There we go. once it gets past a certain threshold, it'll start tearing down this forest. Hooray! So yeah, it's demanding as much graphite as it'll get in. So that just means I need to do a smelting line. What can I put down? Ugh. Alright. Because you gotta have an entire line of open line in your inventory for the mod to kick in. Okay. Ooh, that's not good. Whatever. Get rid of that. Thank you. Another day, another outpost. breathe. So yes, here I am just showing why again this entire series is called A Study in Spaghetti. Okay. Alright. And there we go. We finally have an actual automated production and consumption of yellow science. Because it's very inefficient and very spaghettified, even in the logistics. Even in the logistics component of it. Because We have graphite and diamond going to here, which then gets. Hang on. I want to trim that for a second. Okay, so it gets carried by drones over to here. Over to here, as I said. Graphite goes into here for plastic, and diamond goes into here to be inserted directly into the labs. And the plastic needs to be going into there for a second. Alright, so the excess plastic right here whatever excess plastic there is, this will capture it and make it available for the network. Just like this captures any excess titanium crystal. And I overshot. Only by a little. There we go. And thankfully, as the refined oil gets consumed out of here, we will see more and more power being generated by these thermal plants as they consume the secondary product, the byproduct really, of the oil processing, which is the hydrogen. But why did I clip that belt, you might ask? You shall see. Yes, you shall see. And also why I didn't dismantle this yet. Because I haven't finished this planet yet. There. Want to make use of those things in the inventory. Interesting. It's not a full coverage. Is this full? Not really. Alright. There. There, to equalize with the red. Alrighty. So, all that is slowly working. And yes, I'm focusing on our. I'm focusing on upgrading the robot just because I'm sick and tired of it taking so long. This is a good one. There. So once we have yellow automated, we can really get the logistics drones and vessels started on their journeys to being useful, productive members of society. Um, and we even start to increase the vessel carrying capacity from 200 to 300. Goes 300, 400, 500, 700, 900. That doesn't make sense. Turn that 200. Here we go. 300, 400, 500, 600, 800, 1000. There we go. Um, not that the Blue Labs needed it at all. However, we can also do. Come on. Let's get started on this. And let's get 5 more in. There, that random one. No, this isn't a perfect, you know, way to help, but oh well. Honestly, oh freaking well. now we have. Yep. Now we have technology chugging, ticking along at a nice pace. For now, that's a good pace for now.
So what all have you been working on tonight,
Oof,
party guy?
oof. What have I not been working on? So I've got uh, this huge production facility is kind of the thing I'm most proud of getting done tonight. We have. I went around, connected um, a bunch of oil seeps into the logistics network, just dumping it straight into the stations. That comes in here. Comes out. These are oil refineries right here. They just dump the refined oil and the hydrogen straight back into here. It also calls in graphite. Graphite plus plastic. Sorry. Graphite plus refined oil equals plastic. Plastic plus refined oil plus water equals organic crystals. Organic crystals plus titanium equals titanium crystals. Titanium crystals plus diamonds equals yellow science. And then the yellow science is just going straight into this station, which is also just collecting whatever overflow of these resources are in. And the yellow science goes all the way over here, where it was already being produced, but now it's like being further filled in from behind. And all of these stacks are pulling in, should be pulling in yellow. But of course, I fucked up the sorters, which I just found out. There. That should help. So now I'm only constrained by, because I was being bottlenecked by the number of labs, but now I'm only being bottlenecked by the production of yellow. However, as you can see, we've got research happening at a fairly nice pace.
So do you have other plans building different colored science blocks for your researches?
Yeah, so overall, and I've mentioned this before, we have, let me see if I can find it, we have purple science to make, we have green science to make, and all 5 colors put together, by your powers combined, is white science. Because, apparently, that's what happens when you put all the colors together. And white research is kind of the end all be all. That's the top of the tech tree. And if I, dump 4,000 of them into this, and mission complete, you get the victory screen. But you can keep building, of course. This is an end goal, but it's not the end.
Well, I know why it becomes white science because white light becomes all colors if you put it through a prism.
Exactly. And also the other way around, we're already taking red, blue, yellow, green, and purple colors and mixing them all into white. That's what happens when you combine lights. When you combine pigments, they become black. But I don't think we're dealing with pigments. Anyway, and white science is what is needed for all the infinite researches that I believe I've discussed before. Now, also notice that in addition to one of each of these colors, to make white, you need that weird looking thing. That, my friend, is antimatter. And antimatter can only be obtained through by collecting critical photons from a Dyson swarm or a Dyson sphere. So yes, you do need to, you know, actually make a Dyson sphere to win the game. It makes sense in a game called Dyson Sphere Program, right? That's what I thought.
So we're still down to hang out this Sunday.
Yeah, absolutely. Um, Actually, it's this Sunday. Yes. Oh wait, sorry. I thought it was the that was a Father's Day thing. No, this Sunday is we've got a family thing in the afternoon. That just happened today.
Oh,
Yeah, sorry, man. But yeah. I mean, you can talk to the original very old unicorn. See if he's down.
I could still go for a walk with him or something.
Yeah, if you guys are doing a hike in the morning, I'd be happy to tag along. I need to get I need to get those in. So other improvements here. Yeah, for some reason you can only enqueue up to 7 things. I don't know why it's limited to 7, and I don't know why it's limited at all. Even but yeah, because I'm using relying so much on logistics drones right now, that's why my first upgrades were to the logistics capacity and logistics engine. But yeah, sadly we don't have the tech really to go to other star systems just yet. That really requires here universe exploration to see what's going on out there, so we know where to go. And here, drive engine. Here, ooh, I can get it technically, but yes, unlocks Mecha Warp. Mecha Warp, and we'll also need to be able to produce space warpers, which happens down here. Yes, right here. It's a horrible conversion rate. One thing that's hard to get to one warper, or you can get yeah, over here after this research, it's one of the things that's hard to get, and another thing that's hard to get, or really a pain in the ass to get. It's not hard to get; it's a pain in the ass to get. To 2 green science, and each green science you can crack open and get 8 warpers. That's that's kind of in the that that might be the next mm, yeah, to see first first tech goals was right here to get functional, and then go and then aim for here: interstellar logistics system, interstellar power transmission, and gas giant exploitation. By the way, this is the next thing I'm going to be building right now: energy exchangers, charging things up on the other planet, bringing them back to over here, meaning that I'm pulling in all possible, um, power. Because goddamn, do I need to get get that sorted. Um, and then here, these orbital collectors, they're fantastic. They basically give you free resources for life. You just gotta find gas giants. So, but the next thing is, so yeah, first top level, next bottom section, then reaching out. That's basically the way the game goes.
So all those blocks lit up you don't have.
Yes. Um, the ones with the orange border are researched. These are the ones in blue are available. The ones in gray, I'm missing prerequisites for. So like here, um, this one drone engine level 4 in this example. Yeah, I already have the one that's immediately preceding it, but it also requires this thing up here. Whatever. And this thing up here requires purple. Fricka, right? Ugh. But yeah, basically I have... Yeah, so the first things you get with purple is research speed, because that's where you're finally able to start researching it. First 7,000? Yeah, the first 7,000 um, purple science you get all go to research speed. The next 1,000 go to veins utilization, because hooray, free resources. Ugh, I don't. It's flashing like that because I'm bottlenecked at the moment. And that bottleneck is yellow science. I think I know one way to help with that bottleneck.
So what did you change differently with the stream? Because I didn't hear my voice up through the stream this time.
Only thing I can think of is I mean, I'm not sure. Talk for a bit.
Did you hear me?
Just now? No. If you're talking right now, I'm not hearing you.
Now can you hear me?
Yes, now I can hear you.
Sorry, I'm kind of messing around with settings. I think I'll be able to hear you now.
Gotcha.
I heard you that time.
Alright.
Can you hear me fine?
Try it again.
Can you hear me fine now?
Yeah, and and they're hearing you on the stream. Excellent. Okay. So yeah, Mark II belts should be able to help with some of this. Alright, so previously I said that smelting would be put into a couple of arrays down this line. So, let's get started on that.
Sorry, I wasn't able to join your earlier stream tonight. I had D&D.
No, it's fine. Right. Okay. And right now, what I'm doing is trying to upgrade Mark I belts to Mark II. But I don't have much of a production of it going so far. Oh, of course I overshot it.
play Satisfactory with your experience with this game, it'd probably be a walk in the park.
Um, I mean, maybe they're both different. They're both different. You know, mythoi. Um, different gestalts. You know. So, right, we're talking 2 to 1 in two means 2 lines in to 1 out and double the number of smelters. And that means a line of 30 on either side of it. There's half of it. Yeah, just slapping these down because this is not a. It's not like I can take a blueprint of it, you know?
I got so mad during the night I was crafting chocobo armor,
Uh huh.
and every time I did a roll for fun with my percentile dice, I got like an 8 and a 17 and stuff. But
Uh
every
huh.
time I rolled to craft the armor, I got like 87 and 99 and stuff.
Womp womp. Oh no. Okay. So if we've got 3 lines, that means I can get 4 per logistics station. And it should be like that. Because that will be the middle. That to that slot, to that slot, to that slot, to the middle slot there, left slot there, upper slot there, Middle there. Back. Yeah, what can I toss into the furnace?
I say tonight your stream's running real smooth. I'm not getting any delay at all.
Oh, cool. That's good. I mean, it might be because it's only you and not, so only you've got the bandwidth tonight.
Oh yeah, but we have like a 800 megabit line.
Okay. I don't know, man.
But that's according to Comcast that we're getting 800 megabits a second.
Yeah.
When we've tried other ping tests, we're getting like 260 something.
Uh-huh.
Well, that should still be more than adequate for both of us to be on the stream and talking.
Right. Cannot wait until I get antimatter. Antimatter rods. Because goddamn.
Imagine if there's a boss fight Dyson Sphere eventually. Once they add enemies, you have to build antimatter cannons or something.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You know what would be amazing? Is this would have to be a mod because it a fan mod because it involves licensed entities and things. But the final thing that you can get that you can do and that you can get done is putting down and putting a Dyson sphere around Azathoth.
I thought Azathoth was so big that he's like beyond description.
Azathoth is, I mean, basically he's a sun. He is a supermassive sun, um, burning at the center of the galaxy. Um, I mean, his dreaming describes the, defines the universe, defines reality, and he is only kept asleep and therefore dreaming and therefore sustaining reality by being surrounded by these servitors that give that with their piping keep him asleep. Now that would be amazing in this, that you have to build orbital stations around Azathoth to to keep him asleep.
That'd be very interesting.
Oh yeah.
Oh, by the way, is there like a collected works I can get or something of the authors you continue on H.P. Lovecraft's work? Because all I have is an H.P. Lovecraft collected works.
Yes. So the a lot of the authors who were part of his original circle include Robert Bloch and I believe Frank Long, um, you know, and Robert E. Howard. I would believe are the you know the three that come to mind, and reading those will will keep you busy for plenty of time. Um, Basically, I mean, they were all contemporaries and correspondents, or they wrote letters with him. So they shared world building. They shared um, all of the you know a lot of different deities and characters were sometimes based off of each other. Um, Fuck you, Stone. Ha. Anyway, I don't need Stone.
So you can kind of compare the SDP now.
I mean, yeah. The original weird stories, which is what they called them, was, the creepy pasta that would get published. You know, um, Lovecraft himself died in abject poverty, because he was being paid like a penny a word. Um, and it was really only through his friends and circle who founded a publishing house specifically for his works that we even know about him.
Otherwise, he would have passed on to obscurity.
Pretty much. And who the hell knows how many people have, you know? How many people have faded away that way? Um, a part of me does wish that he could know what impact he would have on the literary world in the decades and you suspect centuries to come. I mean, we've hit 1 century, so why not? But also, he was such a fucking racist and just. I don't think he was the original form of an incel, because, I mean, he was married, but. Some of the matters of his works and some of the um, ideologies that he had taught himself are really just so vehemently horrible given um, today's standards, and really of his own day's standards. They were pretty bad, and you know why? Because he was homeschooled. He was self-taught, so he was caught in the um, he was trapped in the knowledge that he could get a hold of, and whatever assumptions he himself would make. So he really was kind of the product of uh, being in an echo chamber, of being in a just the education, the knowledge was there. He just was too sickly to go get a formal education. So, his whole thing Eh, you know, how
Like
he,
I said,
yeah,
I've
how
read
he,
some of his original works, and
yeah.
I can understand where you're coming from because I've read some of them, and some of them are like, holy crap, and I thought Ray Bradbury said some fucked up shit.
Yeah. Honestly, I haven't read Bradbury's fucked up shit. You know, I don't really know what to expect. Um,
Read the Marsh Chronicles. There's a particular story in there that it's not too terrible.
mm-hmm.
It has racism in it, but most characters that are involved with it, except for the guy who can't give it up, are like, just let him go, man. Because all the black people are leaving Earth for Mars. And there's this one guy who had a kid working for him who owed him money, and he didn't want to let him go because he owed him money. And then someone gave him the money that was owed him. He's like, "No, you're still gonna work for me," and he's just chasing him all throughout the town, just harassing him, trying to find out where he's at and stuff.
Mm, okay. Yeah, I mean, I've heard that horror at Red Hook is one of the really messed up ones that are part of the actual mythos. And he's got plenty of stuff that's not included in the mythos that's apparently pretty bad too. Hmm.
But on the more pleasant topics, I might be getting started with the lawn mowing business soon in my neighborhood.
Oh, really? Very cool.
I'm getting a, I'm getting a weed whacker the 16th of this month, and I already have a manual push mower that I'm gonna do the lawns with. I'm just gonna tuck up the lawns with the weed whacker, and then I might get a leaf blower that's battery powered
Okay.
too.
Yeah. Cool. I mean, I've got some of those things. If you want to borrow them before you shell out some money to buy your own.
Are they battery powered?
Yes.
I'll have to think about that.
All right. Yeah. I'll show you what we've got on Sunday, if you do come over.
I got no problem getting myself. I'm already working with a friend to help me pay for them.
Okay. That's excellent. I'm always in favor of entrepreneurs.
Well, I'm not going to be making much money. I'm only charging people like 15 and 20 bucks a month the new front and back for their lawns because most of the guys around here are charging like 30 and 40 a month, so I'm undercutting their prices to get customers.
Right. I mean, that's what you do to start out. And just be careful the existing people don't slash your tires or anything.
Well, none of the
That
guys that do it
fucking
currently live
140.
in the neighborhood.
This is what I like to see. That it's churning away at yellow science. What I really want to see, though, is this friggin' field of power plants being grumble, grumble, grumble. See, you just can't rely on any, fucking English, on any products of oil production and oil processing in order to power things. Unless both primary and secondary products are going into are being burned. Because if you're only burning the byproducts and you're using the main products in other production, like we are here, it's gonna trip you up. Actually, here.
Like I've said before in stream, these games aren't really games I'd probably play, but there's something satisfying about watching other people play them and trying to plan out how they're going to manage all the resources and products that they have to make and stuff.
Fucking grid crunch. What the hell is this? Why is the spacing when it's going east to west different from... No, that's the smallest. That's not it. Alright, fine. Now that doesn't make sense. If you manually put it down, it's fine. But what...
Now, are you using a mod that's causing a conflict?
No. No, this is,
Or
no, this
it's
is...
a for sure.
No, this is, from vanilla here. Um... Alright, fine. Oh, wait a minute. I do that. Okay. Does that carry over? Yes. Ugh. Why do I do this to myself? Okay, so now all three lines are pulling from all three lines. All three columns are pulling from all three rows. Why not? Problem is, I'm just not producing enough here. I mean, so thing is, what's gonna be happening is, I mean, the next step is deal with this energy crisis, because obviously I can't burn hydrogen fast enough for this, and that's fine. What's gonna happen is in the next episode, right, not leaving just yet, over here at the secondary planet, this is where I've got a surplus of energy and plenty of time and plenty of space in order to put down a whole mess of solar panels. And yes, I know I've been bad-mouthing solar panels basically the entire time, every time I've mentioned it. However, they have a use. They have a use. They do. And that use... Oh my god, really? God dang it. Alright. And that use is in this kind of situation where it's all about alternate places for things. And here,
So, about how many planets do you think you've been building upon so far?
so far only two. Um, awesome. I've got more lubricant in my joints now. i.e. I can move faster. Alright, so here is for that. Here, where's this made? Smelting. Oops. Because these crystallized silicon is a core component in accumulators. And I am going to be needing to make all of these. Just straight up all of these. Okay, that needs purple. That needs purple. That I can do. It's kind of hilarious that you have to put in like real effort and a lot of resources because we have into that tech because we have a sentient AI creating entire worlds and Dyson spheres and all this brand new technology of like manipulating gravity, but we still need to do research for putting boxes on top of one another. Does that make sense? Alright, and I should have had that be made early on.
What do you mean, your science boxes?
The solar panels. You know what I think would help? Oh, never mind. Yeah, those are churning. These are kind of churning. Because really, this section, and I'm pointing to my screen, and I realize that doesn't help when I'm streaming. This section right here is what's converting oil to plastic, plastic to organic crystal to titanium crystal. But this section of it, with the chemical facilities, is half of the intended build. You know, it would help if I actually had the chemical plants that I wanted to put down. How many do I need? There and 17. So that I have 36. Yes.
Now, judging by what I can tell from what everything I've seen you do in this game, this is kind of like the Dark Souls of resource management and building.
I don't know if it counts, if it's as bad as Dark Souls. Um, however, because it's not unforgiving, you know? Um, it's a lot of detail work. But, like, you can't die. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7, 8. You know, so
Can you imagine once they had combat in, if you had to rebuild an Icarus, if he got destroyed or
no.
something by some enemies?
Oh no! Don't say that.
Hey, I thought the developers should listen to the stream anyways.
I'm sure they've already thought of it. in the water, that is. But yeah, one of the things I did earlier when I was exploring was just lay out this ring of charging stations around the planet, kind of because I could, and it's helped me reorient myself and be like, all right, so like this hemisphere will be for production, and this hemisphere will be for mining, kind of thing, you know?
I just saw someone's probably gonna make a mod for the enemies for this game.
What's that?
The Zerg.
That would definitely be interesting. I would love to see that. I absolutely love Star Trek. StarCraft. Don't brigade me. I caught myself. I corrected myself. Don't even. Oh, that's where I messed up. Any problems here? No. Okay, so all of these are now feeding this row of titanium crystal assemblers. Titanium crystal assemblers. And feeding that. And I think that's grown a little bit. I mean, I'm definitely still hitting that problem.
I'm not sure if I have been paying attention or not, but does the day and night cycles from the sides of the planet change?
Well, the planet is rotating. I mean, this planet is a moon of this ice giant, and the ice giant is orbiting. Well, that's good to see. Alright, so graphite is no longer a bottleneck. That's good. Oh, really? Is it? So what is the bottleneck?
Now, the orange circle's heat or something?
No, the orange circles are areas that are being provided with power, but it should be blue. It goes on a spectrum from blue to red. Red is blue is where you are producing more energy than is being demanded. You are below 100% power load. Red is where your network is overloaded. You're producing less than 10% of your power needs, meaning your power load is over 1,000%. Things don't work when your network is overloaded. Things just simply don't run. Right now, I am at 200% power load, 50 less than 50% satisfaction, because I'm demanding 315 odd megawatts. I'm producing 150 megawatts. So you can see the problem. So when I go to here, this lava planet right here, that has very thin atmosphere, so the wind turbines will not produce as much energy as normally, but it's closer to the sun, so the solar energy ratio, how much the solar panels produce, is higher than normal. Now keep in mind, solar panels only produce during the day. So if you want any kind of consistency, you need to build a belt around the entire planet. Or at each of the poles. So, for right now, what's the bottleneck? It is titanium crystals. So what is stopping us from making more titanium crystals? It is interesting. Strictly the resources wise, we're fine. It's just these things are not running at either at full speed, because we're not producing everything that is being demanded. Slash, we need assemblers Mark II. You know what?
By the
Yeah.
way, next week we ain't playing my White Wolf game. The week
Okay.
after that we will be though.
We will be. Okay. But yeah, so this is an assembler Mark 1. It does all the assembling machines do the same things except at different speeds. Mark 1 operates at 3/4 speed, 1x speed being what Icarus can do internally. Mark 2 operate at 1x speed. They go as fast as Icarus. Mark 3 go at 150% speed, 1.5x. So, yeah, like you could see what I meant to show. Yeah, This is going at like 7 per minute. This is going at 10 per minute. Oops. Okay. Yeah, because these don't need the faster belts. Okay. And yeah, this is definitely reaching further than previously. And actually, here, everyone, is the statistics panel. And I think I'm going to end the episode on this note because this is a lot. So, this will tell you what you're making and like a short history, whether it's, you know, look for 1 minute, 10 minutes, all time, whatever. And I have a mod that expands what it tells you. Because normally it tells you the production rate and the consumption rate, and that's it. Except I have a mod that counts the number of producers, the number of consumers, and the best part of it, the theoretical max of how much you can produce if everything is running perfectly and everything is demanding completely, and the theoretical max of consumption. That is, this right here is possibly the best mod I have ever seen for Dyson Sphere beyond blueprints. And even then, it would be a very close call if I had to only choose one of the two. So, I like it if you couldn't tell. So, cracking my back. As you can see, I have a couple things in imbalance. Because what this will not tell you is, are things able to get from producers to consumers? Are things able to get, are there bottlenecks in between? Like, do they need drones? Do they need belts? Or are they on belts? Are they on, or whatever? But, like, this is what I like to see. Theoretical max 12, theoretical max 8. Production consumption. That's what I like. Now, you see this 1, 2, and 3? That's a quick select. That's a quick select so that you can filter out. You can filter things to keep an eye on specifics. This filter is new, and this toggle right here, displays per second, is also new. That's love it. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Generation capacity, that's how I make. Here you can see my problem right here. Total energy consumption, that's just the the integral of everything I've used. Here you can see how far the ups and downs of my research. And if I was making anything with Dyson spheres, this is where I could see that. Now, what is structure matrix? Matrix, that's what I was trying to think of. There we go. There. So now I don't need to search for it. I can just click. There you go. So yeah, 28, 20, 62. Horrible balance, horrible ratios. Not great. But yeah, you can see 1.8, 1.7. These are all of this. Just here is the problem. These two, you know. So like, I really should have triple the number of reds that it matches. Sorry, triple the number of things producing red so that it matches the things producing blue, and a handful more of the yellows so that it matches blue. Because the science only ever, at the end anyway, is burned at one to one of everything. So you want to be producing them at the same ratios. Okay. So right now, we're getting an absolute dearth. A dearth, I say, of refined oil. And here's why. We have a full belt coming in, specifically a full Mark 1 belt coming in. And we have 2 Mark 2 belts coming out. So yeah. So the question is, did they all get upgraded? And the answer is no. There we go. Yeah. Oh, and also, when it shows the counts of everything, upgrading like 8 Sorter Mark 2s to Sorter Mark 3s, and then 0. First of all, it counting that, I believe, is from a mod, and it's showing how many I have at the end of that. 0 is a mod, so. But as you can see, it also tanks my FPS when I try to say, like, yeah, everything I have my mouse over at the moment. Yeah. Everything I have my mouse over, find what's changed to that, and select it as well. And that's why it goes from here with the arrows only within that green square of squares to that when I hit shift. But yeah, now it's filling up and it'll ooh, I can fly faster in space now. Right. We don't need that just yet. Okay. Purple, purple, purple. Purple. I don't have Mark III sorters. I don't have ray receivers. I don't have solar sails, so we don't need those. Purple, green, purple. Okay, and purple. Yeah. So the first 9,000 purple that you make are kind of delegated already. 1,000. 2,000, sorry, 4,000, 1,000. There's 7,000 of it right there. And then another 1,000, 8,000. then take your pick of these. So yeah, the first 8,000. Let's also start climbing more of the tech tree. So I think that is where I'm going to end the episode here. I'm going to let some things go ahead and build up. Like, for example, this actually, no. I'm going to need more of these. Because as you can see, you only get 20 per stack, 10 across, 3 down, is 600. And that might not go around all of the planet. So, and of course, there's these to reducing that production a little bit. But other than that, thank you all very much for joining. I hope this was interesting for you. It's certainly fun for me. For some reason. I don't know. I might need to get assessed for, which one is it? Masochism. But beyond that, when we come back, I will summarize what's going on in your absence, and after all that, I will see you at the next party.